Hello, and welcome to the wastelands, where everyone's a little mad, and we can only face the future, standing united. Now, both the intro and the title of this stream are going to be explained after the break. For the moment, I'm going to start by pushing forward the adventures that we were already starting, finishing up the side missions and some of the finishing up the side missions and the quests, and making sure that I'm ready to hit the deep roads. After the break, I do want to speak for a moment about an important matter in what is considered the current time towards the time I am projecting the stream. Now my modifications might be off a little, but it is a issue that I do feel like is important, that should be addressed, and that should be addressed by everyone to a degree. Now, of course, there's also something like oversaturation, and there are always the type of people who can't let go at all of issues. I haven't addressed it yet, and I simply wish to address it once and then let it go. What that is, I will explain after the break. For now, we are going to continue doing the side missions. So, I assume I can't do these yet. No. Okay. I do need to go give in that red blossom. And since that doesn't really matter who I bring for that, since it's merely a collection quest, I'm just going to bring my default team. Well, not my main team, but my default team that I started with. Excuse me. Now, let's see who it is that wants this red blossom solution. Oh, Varric is level up. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I don't know what he got. Maybe one of these? Maybe this one? I don't actually know which one he leveled. I just hope it's going to be helpful. That's all I can really hope for. It's interesting that you can auto level up now, although I'm not sure I'm entirely a fan of it. I mean, there's always...
I think I found something of yours.
Don't wave that around. I mean, thank you for this perfectly normal item.
Hello, Teets. How are you doing today? And yes, I am definitely wild. I am definitely from a bunker. I'm going to say press X to doubt, and I'll check with you before my break, because I got a feeling that even when my break rolls around, you are still going to be working. There was nothing else at the Wounded Coast. I mean, you can. So I do need these two for duty. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if you got the announcement, Teets. I did want to bring up something during my stream today that I think is important. I'm going to wait until after my break, give a chance for people to join. But that is going to be for after the break. For now, we're just going to push the story forward. Sundermount. What is the first mission? Duty. Oh, just so happens what I need. Let's stun everyone. Now I can go back to Sebastian and gather him as an ally. Also, I hate to break it to you, Teets, but Luna always had a mountain. It's called your desk. From now on, that's called Thunder Mountain. Well, oh, he's here quickly.
So, will anyone smite me if I tell you I killed the men who wronged your family?
Excuse me, who are... My post to the Chanter's board? Did Her Grace let that stay? I thought for sure no one even read, but you say you've killed them. You have my eternal gratitude, Sirrah. It is comforting to think my parents might now rest easily in their graves.
Tell me about yourself.
Who are you exactly?
I am Sebastian Vale, Prince of Starkhaven. Her Grace might prefer I introduce myself as a brother in the Chantry, but I could not stay after what happened to my family.
Why are you still alive?
Why didn't your family's enemies hunt you down as well?
That's why I took the offensive. Thanks to you, those Flint Company assassins are no longer a danger. I'm the last of my line. Unless I survive, my family will have no justice.
Why was your family
Who
killed?
sent these mercenaries?
My family has ruled Starkhaven for 6 generations. We have enemies, but none who would identify themselves openly. A distant cousin of mine is claiming rulership now, but he is a bit simple. He can be no more than a pawn in this plot.
Who might have done it then?
Surely you have a guess as to who was behind it.
My parents were always prudent. in how they handled our nobles. They did not allow rivalries or resentments to flourish. The attack must have come from outside. Kirkwall is our largest trading partner. I came back here to find support for my claim, and perhaps for a clue as to who is behind this foul deed.
I'm just glad I could help.
Your parents probably don't care much at this point, but I hope you sleep a bit easier.
Yes, I hope I will. Thank you. Consider this in advance. When I have secured my lands again, you will be paid royally. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must meet with the Viscount and petition him for aid to a fellow city.
Okay, so that's a good chunk of experience to get. Now, I don't suppose... No. No, that's also there. So, for the long way home, I might take Anders with me. Sweet home Alabama. Mom, I'm coming home to you. Since I'll be dealing, I don't know if... Let's do it like this for now. I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never actually been to Alabama. Okay, that's a good start. I seem to have a couple of way markers here. What's my money at, actually? I have a lot of investment money. Ooh, more elf fruit. So that's probably the Dalish camp. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've ever been further than Paris or Germany on either side. I'm not even that far into Germany. That's actually a pretty
Old
story.
shaman, your kind are not welcome among the Dalish.
I get that a lot.
I'm not expecting tea and cakes. I just need to see someone.
There's nothing here for any human.
Wait. This is the one the Keeper spoke of.
A shaman? I thought she'd be an elf.
Enter the camp. Keeper Marithari has been waiting for you.
Cause trouble, and you'll meet our blades, stranger.
You won't get any trouble from me.
Marithari, I was told to bring you this amulet.
Andarana Tishan, travelers. Indeed, I am Keeper Marithari. Let me look at you.
Oh, fair. Very fair.
There is a light in your heart, human. Don't let it go out. You will need it. Tell me how this burden fell to you, child.
Were you expecting me?
Your guard said you spoke of me. How did you know I was coming?
I listened. To the wind, to the birds, as the hunters do, to my dreams. I watched the stars. There is great wisdom to be found all around us, if you know how to listen for it. But I was not certain. Nothing is certain.
Why bring the amulet here?
Are you the leader of these Danish? Why did the witch tell me to bring this amulet to you?
I am the keeper of this clan. It is my task to guide my people and to ensure the old ways are not forgotten. As for Asha Bellinar, I am tied to her, just as you are, by a debt that must be repaid.
What does the amulet do, if I may ask?
Exactly what have I been carrying around? Is it magic?
It is a promise, child, made by one whose word still has weight. And therefore, it has terrible power. There are few things in this world stronger than a promise kept. Remember that.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
A dragon fell from the sky, charred some darkspawn, then asked me to bring you this amulet. No big deal.
You are blessed by luck, then. I will pray that Mithal watches over your path. The amulet must be taken to an altar at the top of the mountain, and given a Dalish rite for the departed. Then, return the amulet to me. Do this and your debt will be repaid.
Are you going to teach me this rite for the departed?
I will send my first with you. She will see to it the ritual is done. And when it is complete, I must ask that you take her with you when you go.
Who are you sending?
Who is your first? First of what?
Your people would call her my apprentice, or heir. Meryl would have taken my place as keeper. But she has chosen a new path. Please, guide her safely from here.
Oh yeah, apparently she is. Weird.
That seems a little odd.
It is her wish, and I must grant it. You will find Meryl waiting for you on the trail just up the mountain. Dareth Shiral.
This mountain is cursed, I
Okay.
swear.
Is there anything else here?
3 days in a row I've shot at and missed deer.
Maybe it's not the mountain. Maybe it's just
Okay.
You always know just
Something of yours, sir.
I thought this was lost to us, like so many other things. My gratitude.
Island's going to murder me. Because of the Ironwood? Have you thought about going to the Keeper and begging for amnesty?
Geography of Terrace. Terrace is bounded to the east by the Amaranthian Ocean, to the west by Terashan Forest and the Hunterhorn Mountains, to the south by the snowy wastes that lie beyond the Orkney Mountains, and to the north by Donark Forest. The word Tadas is the Vinteran origin, originally used to refer to the lands that bordered the Imperium. As the Imperium lost its stranglehold on conquered nations, more and more lands became Tadas, until finally people applied the name to the entire continent. The northern part of Tadas is divided amongst Anderfels, the Vinteran Imperium, Antiva and Ravane, with the islands held by the Kunari just off the coast. Central Tadas consists of the Free Marches, Navarra and Orlais, with Ferelden to the south. What lies beyond the snowy wastes is a mystery. The freezing temperatures and barren lands have kept even the most intrepid cartographers at bay. Similarly, the western reaches of the Enderfels have never been fully explored, even by the Enders themselves. We do not know if the dry steppes are shadowed by mountains or if they extend all the way to a nameless sea. There must be other lands, continents or islands, perhaps across the Amaranthian or the north of Parvollen, for the Kunari arrived in Tadas from somewhere, but beyond that deduction, we know nothing. You know, I'm surprised that now that there's peace with the Kunari, Nobody has actually questioned about where they come from or cultures beyond the sea. Like, I understand that it might be a unstable peace, but as long as there's peace, it would be the perfect opportunity to actually inquire from the people. Kunari Macht. All I'm saying is, now would be a good opportunity to stay safe, Shady. Drive safe. But yeah, now would be a perfect opportunity to talk with the Kunari about what lies beyond the oceans. The Danish elves. In time, the human empires will crumble. Hey Vic, how you doing? We have seen it happen countless times. Until then, we wait. We keep to the wild borderlands. We raise Hala and build Aravos and present a moving target to the humans around us. We try to keep hold of the old ways. No, that's a recent addition. I think I started with that last week. Maybe the beginning of this week. I don't remember when I implemented it, but it is fairly recent. We try to keep hold of the old ways, to learn what was forgotten. We call to the ancient gods, although they do not answer and have not heard us since before the fall of Arlaton, so that one day they might remember us. Algarnan, the eldest of the sun, and he who overthrew his father, Mittal, the protector, Fenharal, the dreadwolf, Andruil, the huntress, Falon Din, the friend of the dead, Durtamen, the keeper of secrets, Gillanane, the mother of Hala, June, the master of crafts, and Siles, the heartkeeper. We gather every 10 years for the Arlatven to retell the ancient stories and keep them alive. For when the human kingdoms are gone, we must be ready to teach the others what it means to be elves. Okay, that is going to be for the next 3 minutes. So I'll put on a timer.
How was the hunting today, Chanton?
Slow, I'm afraid. I saw 3 chipmunks the entire day.
And
Were they at least
there we
cute
go.
chipmunks?
For the
Not as cute
coming
as you.
time, I already failed. Well, to be fair, I started the timer and I already failed. I'll keep it running. I'll still try to avoid it. I don't know if I have my punishment wheel still, actually. Let me check, since I already failed anyway. Let me just pause it. So I have my punishments still. So let me just... Okay, I wonder why that is kept small, but... To be fair, I've put this in a long time ago, and I forgot what these were. But I'll leave it up to chat. Maybe Teats can remember some of them. Playing off key. And so the question is, what does that mean? Yes, Teats? Well, you have to toggle your QWERTY settings. How the fuck do I have to do that? I guess I could change my keyboard layout from Belgian to English. Okay, for how long? 5 minutes? Because I'm gonna run a timer, so it doesn't say anything, but I'll leave it up to you. Okay, so 5 minutes. Let me set up a timer. Also screw you, Vic. And let's go. Now I need to... Wow! As it turns out, Teats,
if the Keeper wants you here, then be welcome.
Changing my keyboard layout for this game doesn't actually change my controls. No. I can switch to a controller if you want. Also, why am I playing as him? Oh, because he's level up. What do you think, Vic? Should I switch to a controller? Fair. Although, it's not a Logitech anymore, it's a Corsair.
An Ephera human. If the Keeper wants you here, then be welcome.
So give me just one moment. Next time we'll go over the... I'll go over the punishments and I'll set them up so that they actually get remembered what they're supposed to do. And the worst part is, I won't even choose the punishments. I will let other people choose the punishments for me. That way, the punishments will truly be fair. Isn't that right, Teats? Something I'm sure you're going to enjoy.
Dalish crafting is second to none, I assure you. I am Master Island, a crafter for this clan. Forced to stay so close to this Shemlin city, I've seen my share of outsiders pass through our camp. Is there something you needed?
Tell me about your trade.
Are you a specialist? What sort of things do you make?
A Dalish crafter does many things. We create weapons, armor, anything our clan has need of.
I don't need anything right now.
Of course.
It really wasn't your fault, you know.
Okay.
Dalish crafting is second. No,
Do I have the conspirators? Long way home. Okay, and I can't do the rumors yet, so...
You've returned. Is there something you need?
Are you a specialist?
Oh.
A Dalish crafter does
I don't...
Of course.
Nose bridges, lol teeth.
Dalish crafting is second to none, I assure you.
Arlaton, Part 1. Anybody else want to do a challenge before I begin reading? I'll now give you the chance. I'll take that as a no. Before the ages were named, or numbered, our people were glorious. Am I lucky and eternal, and never changing, like the great oak tree? They were constant in their traditions, strong in their roots, and ever reaching for the sky. They felt no need to rush when life was endless. They worshipped their gods for months at a time. Decisions came after decades of debate, and an introduction could last for years. From time to time, our ancestors would drift into century-long slumber, but this was not death, for we knew they wandered to fade in dreams. In those ages, our people called all the land Alvenar, which in old language means place of our people. And okay, that was the timer for some reason. Anyway, at the center of the world stood the great city of Arlaton, a place of knowledge and debate, where the best of the ancient elves would go to trade knowledge, greet old friends, and settle disputes that had gone on for millennia. But while our ancestors were caught up in the forever cycle of ages, drifting through life at what we today would consider an intolerable pace, the world outside the lush forests and ancient trees were changing. The humans first arrived from Parvolen to the north. Called Shemlen or Quicklings by the ancients, the humans were pitiful creatures whose lives blinked by in an instant. When they first met the elves, the humans were brash and warlike, quick to anger and quicker to fight, with no patience for the unhurried pace of elven diplomacy. But the humans brought worse things than war with them. Our ancestors proved susceptible to human diseases, and for the first time in history, elves died of natural causes. What's more, those elves who spent time bartering and negotiating with humans found themselves aging, tainted by the humans' brash and impatient lives. Many believed that the ancient gods had judged them unworthy of their long lives and cast them down among the quicklings. Our ancestors came to look upon the humans as a parasite, which I understand is similar to the way the humans see our people in the cities. The ancient elves immediately moved to close Alvenar off from the humans, for fear that this quickening effect would crumble the civilization.
Make your business here quick. You always know just what to say to put my mind at ease.
Watch your steps, Shem. You don't know how many Dalish arrows are trained on you right now.
The Tale of Elorin. In the days after the rise of Zazikel, the Dark One covered every corner of the land. Lol teeth. The archdemon drove all the nations of the world before him, Shemlin and Alvan alike. In the far north where the hills wander the plains and the earth is eternally baked beneath the uncaring sun. The lands which the Shemlin call Enderfels, a clan of our people lived, struggling to survive the blight. Elorin was their keeper, a hunter in his younger days, crafty as any wolf. He led his people always just ahead of the Darkspawn, who chased them. But the old hunter knew that even Hala cannot run forever. They must turn and fight, or be run down. At the foot of the Murdain, the Darkspawn cornered Elorin's clan. That night the moon was strangled by clouds, the earth concealed by a dread mist that rose out of nowhere, so that the Elven could not tell up from down. In the confusion, the Darkspawn attacked, but Elorin had prepared for them. All around the camp, the hunters had strewn dry grass, brush and brambles. When the sound of rustling footfalls began, Elorin and the other Haran called upon the old magic. They struck out with lightning, and though the bolts missed the Darkspawn, they hit their targets all the same. The sea of kindling lit, and not one of the dark creatures made it through the fire to reach Elorin's clan.
Merrill will guide you to Thundermount's Peak. May your steps be guided by the Creators.
Valaslin, blood riding. After my encounter with the Dalish elves on the road to Navarra, I studied every book on the elves I could find. I sought out legends and myths and history, and tried to make sense of it all. But there is only so much one can learn from books. I knew that in order to truly understand the Dalish, I would have to seek them out. A dreadful idea, in hindsight. In my defense, I was young, and also inebriated when the idea popped into my head. Unfortunately, even after I had regained some measure of sobriety, the idea still held appeal. It proved remarkably resistant to my attempts to ignore it. I gave in after months of that nagging thought at the back of my head and set out to learn about the Dalish firsthand. I tramped through the forest bordering Orlais for weeks before I finally found, or rather was found, by a Dalish hunter. I stumbled into one of his traps and suddenly was hanging from a tree, with a rope about my ankles. So there I was, defenseless, upside down with my robe over my head, my underclothes on display. Descriptions of my predicament might elicit laughter these days, but trust me when I say it was a situation I would not wish on anyone. Thankfully, my ridiculous appearance may have caused my captor to stay his hand. What threat is a silly human, with his pants showing? And so he said, made a small fire, and began to skin the deer he had caught. I soon mustered the courage to speak. I tried to assure him that I was not there to harm him, but he laughed at this and replied that if I were there to harm him, I had failed terribly. Eventually we got to talking, and when I say talking, I mean that I asked him questions, and occasionally he would deign to answer. He told me that while some Dalish actively seek out human travelers to rob or frighten, most of his people would rather be left alone. He seemed to believe that punishing the humans for past actions only led to more violence. I asked him about the intricate tattoos on his face, and he told me they were called Valaslin, or blood writing. His were symbols of Underworld, the Huntress, one of the most highly revered elven goddesses. He said the Dalish mark themselves to stand out from the humans, and from those of their kin who have chosen to live under human rule. He said the Valaslin remind his people that they must never again surrender their beliefs. When he finished skinning the deer, he cut me down. By the time I had righted myself and conquered the dizziness of all the blood rushing out of my head, he was gone. I do not recommend that my readers seek out the Dalish for themselves. I was very lucky to have met the man that I did and to have walked away from our meeting unscathed. Perhaps the Maker watches over those who seek knowledge with an open heart. I certainly would like to think so.
We have our bows trained.
A Shemlin?
So, I know I need to go up the mountain, but I want to check what's over here.
In my experience, all Dalish women are crazy.
Gee, I wonder what experience that is. Poor Anders.
So, you married a Templar, huh?
What of it?
Are they all as dirty as they seem?
What?
Did he ever ask you to play the naughty mage and the hapless recruit? Maybe the secret desire demon and the upstanding knight?
That's disgusting.
I hear it's quite popular.
Anders, be nice. Don't let your prejudice get the better of you. Don't be an ass. Oh. Hi. And those are the last conspirators.
You're one of the Amaranthine conspirators. There's a bounty on your head.
Curse you!
Yes, Deets? No, I haven't. What is the Dalish polymorph service? Heal. All the conspirators were killed. Beginning to Sergeant Joanna in Lowtown before nightfall. Okay. Oh my god, dudes.
It doesn't look that bad. What's it supposed to be?
In the best way, you are horrible sometimes. Then again, I can't really say much. I love that humor, so... Okay, let's go back first. Because I do need to check something that I'm curious about.
Do you ever miss Ferelden?
Of course. It was home. I would never have left willingly. But I'm not going to be my father and spend my life trying to live a memory.
I didn't think I'd give it a second thought once I was gone. I mean, what did Ferelden ever do for me? But I do. I think about it. There's something here that just doesn't feel right.
You mean how mages are treated?
No. I think there's not enough dog shit.
I'll end this.
That's the last of them. You do good work. Come, men, back to the vigil, and away from this cesspool of a city.
Okay, I'm level up. That's a good confirm. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I hope I can get some more offensive abilities, but right now I'm focusing on making sure that I can actually get good healing going. Now there's also something else that I need to check, I just don't know where. I think that's one of them.
You should meet my husband.
1 elf root, 3 elf root and 1 spindle weight. That's not bad. I am curious about these.
Perhaps an evening out sometime.
There's also poison, so let's go to dark. Let me go to dark down. Also, what other mission do I have here? I guess I'll have to see once I go back out. So there's also a guy here somewhere who... There he is. Oh, I don't have chrome, but I can get this. But that's for more on that later. For now, let's go out. Oh wait, there's a shorter way out.
I'm sorry about your sister.
What's in the gallows? A map of the Jefferson position.
Nice day to be planning a trip into the deep roads, don't you think? The blight, the dampness, the festering darkness filled with tainted rats.
Shut up.
You've got a real chip on your shoulder, you know.
I've got a big blade on my shoulder, Meiji.
Right. Wonder what you're compensating for.
I think I found something.
Oh, don't worry, Toots. I'm just hanging around, not causing any trouble.
Don't wave that around. I mean, thank you for this.
Sure. What is it, Vic? Worried you're gonna get roped in? Don't worry, Vic. It's just some gallows humor. Also, I'm running with the wrong person.
We have our bows trained on you, Shenman. Conduct your business with the keeper, quick.
Oh, that's probably Meryl. What's she doing?
Oh, I didn't hear. You must be the one the Keeper told me about. Anethera.
I'm so sorry. I didn't ask your name. Unless... It's not rude to ask a human their name, is it? I'm Meryl, which you probably knew already. I'm rambling, sorry.
Wow! Oh my god. Who are you?
We didn't get a proper introduction.
I am... or was, I suppose. The first to keep a Marathari. I've studied the old ways for as long as I can remember. I know things. The law of the Dalish that can help us get to the summit of Sandermort.
Okay. Why leave your clan?
Why are you leaving the Dalish for Kirkwall?
I have to. Let's leave it at that for now, alright?
Okay. What's the matter?
You seem awfully nervous.
I've never met a human before. Dalish mothers frighten their children with stories about you, you know. Not you, personally, of course. I'm sure they don't have any tales about you. Or not scary ones, at least. Not that you're not notable enough to have a story. I'll just shut up now.
Don't be so nervous.
You'll have to work harder than that to offend me. My name's Hawk.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm not very experienced with your kind. The Keeper said you came from Ferelden. I spent most of my life there. We only came north a few years ago. Have you been in the Free Marches long? Do you like it here?
Could be worse.
I miss the cold. And the dirt. Kirkwall's not brown enough for me. But hey, no Darkspawn.
Ferelden wasn't that brown. The dirt and muck gave it character. We should go. Your task is for Asher Belenar. It's not wise to make her wait.
Okay. Tell me about this rite.
What do we have to do with the amulet?
It's a funeral of sorts. I'll perform it when we get to the mountaintop. Getting there is the tricky part. Our hunters haven't been able to reach the summit.
Dark
things are
be
about.
about. Wait, you played hockey, dudes?
I take it you've been expecting me to bring this amulet for some time.
The Keeper brought us here to wait for you. I don't know much more than that. I do know that you have Asher Belenar's amulet. And we must bring it to the altar on the mountaintop. Nothing more.
Have you met Asher Belenar?
Do you know the witch who sent me here?
No, not personally. My people tell stories of her, though. You're very lucky. Most people who meet Asher Belenar wind up in little pieces, hanging from the trees.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Let's get this over with.
Codex updated. Meryl. The stories tell us that all Alvin once had the gift, but like so many things it was lost. It's a keeper's job to remember, to restore what we can. As each generation passes, magic becomes more rare among the Dalish. As the gift dies out, talented children are moved between clans, so that every keeper has a successor, and no clan is in danger of being left without guidance. Meryl was born to the Alarian clan, which wandered the hills of Navarra. She was the third child of the clan with the ancient gift born to her. When the next Arlatven gathering of the clans occurred, she was given to the Sabrae clan, to be the first to keep her Maretari. Meryl was just 4 years old. She spent most of her life in Ferelden. in the Korkari wilds until her clan was driven north by the Blight. Okay, now... Getting CC going. I mean, when isn't he?
Everyone's still alive?
The Keeper didn't mention you were a mage.
All keepers know a bit of old magic. The stories tell us that all Elven once had the gift. But like so many things, it was lost. It's a keeper's job to remember, to restore what we can.
No comment. No comment at all. What about demons?
Can't demons possess Dalish mages?
It can happen. And when it does, the clan must hunt and kill their own keeper.
What about Templars?
Does the Chantry know about the Dalish mages?
Oh, they know. Keeper Marathari told me that was one of the reasons we never camped too long in one place.
To
They
be
usually
fair,
pursue us if we stay away
Deeds.
from the cities and towns and keep moving.
To Rose,
How good you've got it.
that's her father's
My
stuff.
clan is now in
If you
more
want an
danger,
explanation,
having lost
ask her
Valhalla.
father. Hmm. Yet you risk this.
If you go to Kirkwall, you'll be an apostate in a city full of Templars.
I know. But if I don't go to Kirkwall, I'll be alone. A solitary elf is easy prey for anyone. In the city, I can get lost in the crowd.
Okay. Nice work.
Please keep turning skeletons into toads for us.
But I never... Right. Not literally. Happy to help. I've done a little fighting before, but it was always alone. I'll try not to hit anyone. On our side, I mean. I'm babbling again. Let's go.
I'm not gonna lie, she's kinda cute. Okay.
So the Keeper finally found someone to take you from here.
Yes.
Then finish your task quickly, human. We cannot be rid of this one too soon.
The Dalish are one big happy family.
I have made my choice. And I will save our clan whatever you think.
So, nice mountain you got.
Sundermount seems very mountainous today, doesn't it? Lots of rock and hillside.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Let's go. We should hurry.
I feel bad for her. Oh, that's a good find. Ooh, okay.
landslide blocked the path. There's a cave that should take us to the other side.
Okay. Let's go to the cave then.
I'm sorry. You're not really seeing the Dalish at their best. We're good people that look out for each other. Just not today, apparently.
Are you alright?
Is there anything I can do to help?
It's kind of you to ask. I'm fine.
Someone's
Even if my
playing
people don't
fashion
appreciate my efforts,
stuff.
I must see this through. Let's go. Ashabelana isn't known for her patience.
Say what you will, we all know the answers. Rubble. Excuse me, you were kind of blocking my path. Anyway. Ooh, silverite. Silverite. The lustrous white-blue silverite has long been prized by the dwarves for use in jewelry, rune-making, and weaponsmithing, but on the surface it is more commonly used by apothecaries and healers. Since the metal does not rust, many traditions believe it to be proof against poison. There is a tale passed down among the people of the Underfells, a knight returning home after many years of war, only to be struck by an adder. His wife immediately bound the wound with a medallion of silverite pressed against the bite, like a poultice. By morning, the poison had left him, and the knight lived to an old age. Okay. I don't know if that is true, but maybe. Horror, petrify, lightning, Alright, good night, Vic. Sorry about failing your challenge. By the next time, I'll have a better punishment system set up. That's also a good one. Spider Fang. Ooh, great. Great find. Oh, I kind of want to keep looking around, see what else I can find. Okay, that was an intense battle.
I don't think I can do that.
Is there a way to... No, there's no way to switch characters. Oh, and that way's blocked, so I can't move forward yet. I do know I need to come back here then to open the chest. Area. Let's look what's around. Ooh, pile of bones. Raven feather. Anyway, let's get rid of that barrier.
I can open the way forward. One moment.
Oh, blood magic.
That was a summoning. That takes blood magic. Are you crazy?
Yes, it was blood magic, but I know what I'm doing. The spirit helped us, didn't it?
Oh, they don't keep helping.
Sure, demons are very helpful. Right up until they take your mind and turn you into a monster.
Well, yes. But that won't happen. I know how to defend myself. Be careful up ahead. Restless things prowl the heights. In the days
Rose is not gonna be fond of that.
the elders came here to sleep. Uthanara. The endless dream, they called it. But they don't sleep peacefully anymore.
Oh boy. Deep mushrooms. Well, these are gonna wake up. Oh, arcane horror. We deal with that first. Yes, please. I mean, that would be funny. Oh, Meryl is almost dead. Let me...
amulet on the altar, and I'll begin the rite.
Yeah, give me a moment. Alright. Hi, Shady. Can you still help me with friendships like you did before? And how are you? How was work?
Malana Salen. Emma ira au bella seviranan. Isalahamin vinanhim dofilas. In Usanera.
I'm glad you had a fulfilling day. Also, oh.
And here we are.
Under Anatishan Ashabalana.
One of the people. I see. So young and bright. Do you know who I am, beyond that title?
I know only a little.
Then stand. The people bend their knee too quickly. So refreshing to see someone who keeps their end of a bargain. I half expected my amulet to end up in a merchant's pocket.
I couldn't sell it.
No one wanted to buy it. Maybe because it had a witch inside?
Just a piece. A small piece. But it was all I needed. A bit of security, should the inevitable occur. And if I know my Morrigan, it already has.
What do you think, Anders?
What are you? A spirit? An abomination? This is no magic I've ever seen.
And you would know of spirits and abominations.
I'm a mage. Of course I know of such things.
Of course. I am a fly in the ointment. I am a whisper in the shadows. I am also an old woman. More than that, you need not know.
Can I just say, I actually really like Flamet. Also, am I, like, level with me here, Shady? In the first one, Morrigan had to dark kill Flamet. Did I just resurrect her? Did I just bring Flamet back? On one hand, I'm like, yay, more story. On the other hand, I'm like, well, that kind of feels like wasteful when I did in the first one. Ah, well. She apparently already expected it. I know what joke you're going to make, Deeds. I'm not talking about that kind of Flamet. I knew it. Who is Morrigan?
Is that someone I should know?
She's a girl who thinks she knows what is what better than I or anyone. And why not? I raised her to be as she is. I cannot expect her to be less.
I'm not sure whether she's your daughter or your enemy.
Maybe both.
Neither is she.
Why not come yourself?
Why did you need me to bring you here?
Because I had an appointment to keep. And because I did not want to be followed, you smuggled me here quite nicely.
Are you real?
I don't understand. Are you some kind of vision?
Must I be in only one place? Bodies are such limiting things. I am but a fragment cast adrift from the whole, a bit of flotsam to cling to in the storm.
What do you mean?
A fragment?
You do not need to understand, child.
Can I just say, she has actually pretty kick-ass armor?
Just as I once saved yours. An even trade, I think.
I actually like her armor. She has an amazing armor design. So, what now?
You have plans, I take it.
Destiny awaits us both, dear girl. We have much to do. Before I go, a word of advice. We stand upon the precipice of change. The world fears the inevitable plummet into the abyss. Watch for that moment, and when it comes, do not hesitate to leap.
I do too,
It is only
actually.
when you fall
I wish I had that
that you
armor.
learn whether you can fly.
Must be nice to have wings.
Cheap advice from a dragon.
We all have our challenges.
Are we going to regret bringing her here?
Regret is something I know well. Take care not to cling to it, to hold it so close that it poisons your soul. When the time comes for your regrets,
I'm not gonna lie, like this outfit.
remember me. As for you, child, step carefully. No path is darker than when your eyes are shut.
Maceranus Ashabelina.
Now the time has come for me to leave. You have my thanks and my sympathy.
Like you said, this armor makes her look less like a swamp witch and more like an actually, you know, powerful mage warrior type. It lives more up to her reputation. Well, it probably is, and it probably serves its function, but that current armor from this one, whew, actually looks pretty kick-ass. Oh, excuse me.
We won.
Right now, I am just doing the long way home and the seal of House Talwain, but that's just a delivery quest. That's not going to affect my relationships much. I do need to come back here with Varric before I leave. Where does this go? There's gonna be something here.
You want this?
Yes, I guess. Nothing to be. Lots of shades, though. Okay. That was something. Ooh, shade. Sundermount. Kirkwall is guarded by mountains to its north, the tallest of which is Sundermount. The mountain has a fearsome reputation. Legends say it was the site of the final battle between the Tevinter Imperium of old and the ancient empire of elves that perished with Arlatham. Both sides unleashed horrors into the waking world, and the feyed creatures sprawl the heights to this very day, unaware that the war for which they were summoned is long since over. There is a tale in the Free Marches that Blessed Andraste, upon reaching Kirkwall with her armies, sojourned up the slopes of Sundermount alone. She stayed there 3 days. When she returned, she wept as if her heart were broken. I stayed 2 months in Kirkwall, and despite my best efforts, I never found a guide willing to take me up to the mountains. Okay. Guess I can't clear this yet. Anyway, time to go back. And then I need to come back with Varric, because I don't think I can actually change party in the wilds here. Okay.
Masarana's child, your debt is paid in full. It isn't too late to change your mind, Alen.
Dareth Shiral, Keeper. I'm ready. Let's depart.
Okay.
Elganon. Is this really where the elves live?
If you think this is bad, you should see where I live.
I didn't think it would be so... I've never seen so many people in one place before. It seems so lonely.
Think of it as an adventure.
Working your way up will be fun. All right, that was a lie. It won't be fun.
Some adventurer I am. Barely set out and I'm already daunted. Thank you for everything. For all your help. Will you come visit me? Not now, of course. But maybe later. I could use a friend.
I will.
Of
I like
course.
it.
But only because you used that "you kicked my puppy" voice.
Thank you. Oh, I'm thanking you too much, aren't I? I mean it, though.
She's not a bad person, I kinda like her. Okay, so I'm going to take him out for the moment and put her in. So this would be, in theory, my team.
Thrask.
Good to see you
He
again, my
won't
dear.
go to the Circle willingly, but it's the only place.
Madam will do our best to find your son, but I cannot guarantee his safety if he continues to resist Templar jurisdiction.
He's just a boy.
He's an apostate.
Wayward Son and Black Powder. Okay, so I have 2 more missions that I need to do.
I am sorry for your loss, mistress, but I can offer your son mercy only if he turns himself in.
I'm trying to find him, but...
The Templars cannot tolerate apostates.
Your son's an apostate?
I'm guessing that Templar wasn't here to offer your son his good wishes.
I am Ariane. My boy, Fenrir. He's all I have. All my family. When I learned he had magic, I could not bear to send him to the Circle. But his connection to the Fade, it gives him nightmares. Dreams of demons speaking in his mind. I would rather lose him to the Circle than to himself.
Where is Fenrir now?
Did your son run away?
He learned I had contacted Sir Thrask. He felt I betrayed his trust. He thinks he can live free of the Circle. But I am afraid without proper training, he'll kill himself.
Are you Dalish?
Those look like Dalish tattoos. Why do you live in the city?
I was born to the Dalish, but came to Kirkwall for a time and dallied with a human merchant, Vincento. When I found I was with child, neither Vincento nor my tribe wished the burden of an elf-blooded human infant. I raised Fenrir myself, here in the alienage.
What exactly happened?
Tell me the whole story.
I learned years ago that my son likely had magical talent, but we could not bear the thought of him locked in the gallows. So we hid. When the nightmares began, Fenrir still refused to contact the Circle. But I truly think they are the only people who might save his life.
Oh, I wasn't gonna stop them. Tell me about the nightmares?
What kind of dreams is he having?
He dreams of demons, crawling to him, pulling him into their world. Every day, it grows harder to wake him. That is why I turned to the Circle. They are the only ones that can protect a mage from his own powers.
I'll bring him back.
I promise. You will see your son again.
Then you have given me the greatest blessing of maker or man. I don't know where Fenrir is gone, but there are 2 places you might start your search. Sir Thrask has been looking for him. If you speak to him in the gallows, he'll be able to tell you what ground he's already covered. And Fenrir's father, Vincento, recently returned from Antiva. He's a merchant in the Lowtown Bazaar. Fenrir might have sought him out.
What is Thrask like?
Tell me about this Templar.
I believe he's a good man. He doesn't hate mages, but sees what it took me too long to realize. Even the best-intentioned mages are at the mercy of their sleeping minds. There are other Templars who are much less sympathetic.
Tell me about Vincento.
You and Fenrir's father are not married.
Vincento had no desire for a wife or an elf-blooded child. I haven't seen him since the day I told him. I have written, though, to keep him informed about his child. Fenrir wanted to meet him.
I'll go right now.
I will not leave you fearful for a moment longer than necessary.
We'll find him before the Templars. Don't trust them to have your son's best interest at heart.
Don't coddle this boy. If he is a mage, he's dangerous and belongs in the Circle.
Thank you. It has been a lonely time hiding. It's almost a relief to finally confront this openly.
Your wife.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are gone. Lay your weary head to rest. Okay, so before I do anything else, so when we first talked to Marrow, Arlatan Part 2. You ask what happened to Arlatan. Sadly, we don't know. Even those of us who keep the ancient lore have no record of what really happened. What we have are accounts of the days before the fall, and the fable of the whims of the gods. The human world was changing even as the elves slept. Plans and drives gave way to a powerful empire called the Winter, which, and for what reason we do not know, moved to conquer Alvinan. When they breached the great city of Arlatan, our people, fearful of disease and loss of immortality, chose to flee rather than fight. With magic, demons, and even dragons at their behest, the Tevinter Imperium marched easily through Arlatan, destroying homes and galleries and amphitheaters that had stood for ages. Our people were corralled as slaves, and human contact quickened their veins until every captured elf turned mortal. The elves called to their ancient gods, but there was no answer. As to why the gods didn't answer, our people left only a legend. They say that Fen-Harel, the Dreadwolf, the Lord of Tricksters, approached the ancient gods of good and evil and proposed a truce. The gods of good would remove themselves to heaven, and the lords of evil would exile themselves to the abyss, neither group ever again to enter the other lands. But the gods did not know that Fen-Harel had planned to betray them, and by the time they realized the Dreadwolf's treachery, they were sealed in their respective realms, never to interact with the mortal world. It is a fable, to be sure, but those elves who travel beyond claim that Fen-Harel still roams the world of dreams, keeping watch over the gods lest they escape from their prisons. Whatever the case, Arlatan had fallen to the very humans our people had once considered mere pests. It is said that the Tevinter Magisters used their great destructive powers to force the very ground to swallow Arlatan whole, destroying eons of collected knowledge, culture, and art. The whole of elven lore, left only to memory. Mana and the use of magic. Mana is that which defines a mage. It is potential that dwells within a person, but does not always manifest itself. All men are connected to the Fade. We go there to dream, but only those with the potential may draw upon its power. Mana is then a measurement of one's ability to draw power from the Fade, and it is this power that is expended in magic. As in all other things, it has limits. Just a man has the strength to lift only so much weight and no more. A mage cannot work more magic at one time than his mana allows. If he wishes to work magic that would be beyond his strength, a mage must bolster his mana with lyrium. Without lyrium, it is possible for the reckless to expend their own life force in the workings of magic, and occasionally ambitious apprentices injure or even kill themselves by overexertion. The Maker's first children. The Maker's first creations were the spirits, glorious beings that populated the many spires of the Golden City, and the Chant of Light says that they revered the Maker with unquestioning devotion. The Maker, however, was dissatisfied. Although the spirits were like him, in that they could manipulate the aether and create from it, they did not do so. They had no urge to create, and even when instructed to do so, possessed no imagination to give their creations ingenuity or life. The Maker realized his full folly. He had created the spirits to resemble him in all but the one and most important way. They did not have a spark of the divine within them. He expelled all the spirits out of the Golden City and into the Fade, and proceeded to his next creation, life. The Maker created the world and the living beings upon it, separated from the Fade by the veil. His new children would be unable to shape the world around them, and thus would need to struggle to survive. In return for their struggle, the Maker gave them the spark of the divine, a soul, and he watched with pleasure as his creations flourished and showed all the ingenuity that he had hoped for. The spirits grew jealous of the living and coaxed them into the Fade when they slept. The spirits wished to know more of life, hoping to find a way to regain the Maker's favor, though through the eyes of the living, they experienced new concepts: love, fear, pain, and hope. The spirits reshaped the Fade to resemble the lives and concepts that they saw, each spirit desperately trying to bring the most dreamers to their own realm, so they could vicariously possess a spark of the divine through them. As the spirits grew in power, however, some of them became contemptuous of the living. They were the spirits that saw the darkest parts of the dreamers. Their lands were places of torment and horror, and they knew that the living were strongly drawn to places that mirrored those dark parts of themselves. These spirits questioned the Maker's wisdom and proclaimed the living inferior. They learned from the darkness they saw, and became the first demons: rage, hunger, sloth, desire, pride. These are the dark parts of the soul that give demons their power. The hooks they use to claw their way into the world of the living. It was demons that whispered into the minds of men, convincing them to turn from the Maker and worship false gods. They seek to possess all life, as their due, forging kingdoms of nightmare in the Fade, in the hopes of one day storming the wills of heaven itself. And the Maker despaired once again, for he had given the power of creation to his new children, and in return they created sin. I wonder how sin would feel about that. Being created by the humans and being a disappointment to the Maker. Revenant. An entire unit of men, all slain by one creature. I didn't believe it at first, your perfection, but it appears that this is so. We have a survivor, and while at first I thought his rantings pure exaggeration, it appears to be no simple skeleton. The descriptions of the creature's abilities were eerily similar to those of our brothers at Marna Spell, encountered almost a century ago. Men pulled through the air to skewer themselves on the creature's blade, and attacked so quick that it was able to assault multiple opponents at once. Oh, your perfection, what we have here is indeed a revenant, and nothing less. A revenant is a corpse possessed by a demon of pride or of desire, making it amongst the most powerful possessed opponents that one can face. Many possess spells, but most are armed and armored, and prefer to use their martial talents. They are weak against physical attacks, but regenerate quickly, and commonly use telekinesis to pull opponents into melee range should they try to flee. Revenants also have the ability to strike multiple opponents surrounding them. Stay at range, if possible, and strike quickly. It is the only way to take such a creature down. Just making sure I've read everything. Okay. So, first of all, let's talk to Meryl.
I didn't think you'd come. I'll find something relatively clean for you to sit on. Can I get you something to eat or drink? I have water.
Yeah, the thing is, Rose overall isn't that fond of blood mages. But I'll try and remember it. Relax.
I came here to see you, Meryl. You don't have to fuss over me.
You're so kind. My first guest, and I'm already a terrible host. I wanted to thank you for bringing me here, but I'm making a mess of it.
You're welcome.
If this is what you wanted, then I'm glad I could be of service.
I can't say that I like Kirkwall, but I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, that's true.
I haven't exactly had many friends. Not even among my own clan. This is... tricky.
Why didn't you have friends?
What made you unpopular with the Dalish?
Being first to the Keeper, I was
No.
always a bit secluded.
Mostly because Hawk
I studied
isn't
magic
into
and history
girls.
while the others were learning the Via Tanadal. It's good that I
Well,
left.
Rose Hawk isn't.
I'd have made a terrible keeper. I was never that good with people.
You'll make friends.
It won't take long before you're the most popular girl in the alienage.
Mythal, I hope not. I'd managed to say something stupid in front of everyone and embarrass myself. Thank you for coming to visit me, Hawk. It means a lot to me.
By the Dread Wolf! Why is my house always such a mess when people are here? It's clean sometimes, I swear.
So... the thing is... I'll try to reason with me here. So first of all, let me get him out and her in, because I think she needs to level. Yes, she does. So, abilities. I'm gonna make her a more offensive-oriented mage. Also, hi, Bun. But yeah, no, there is love in this game for Rose, just not with women. Maybe if I ever play another character, another Hawk in this reality, I might make someone who's either bi or lesbian. But this Rose is straight, not gay. She's straight. So the quest that I now have to do, the Wayward Son, is about mages. So if I want to bring people up with the idea that would fit the mission to up the relationship, then I would probably have to bring... who would be pro mages? Well, I have to bring Carver, because I am trying to up Carver. And I'm thinking of bringing Anders and Meryl? Because these seem to be pro-mage people. A party with 3 mages and a tank. Yes. Also, I'm already pretty high level. I didn't realize that. Is this a good party? Okay, good to know. Oh boy, not you too, Bun. Vic tried to do that earlier and I lost. Then I had to spin the wheel of punishment. And I couldn't do it because I have forgotten what half the punishments do. Also, yes, Shady. I am waiting. Oh. Is Carver the issue? Oh. Oh my god! Lol. Hi Teets, welcome back. Rose would probably try to convince him to go to the circle, just for the fact that he can at least learn to control his power and still visit his mother. Which I guess would be against what Anders would want. Oh, okay. Carver, Evangeline, and Fenris. A triple tank team! What's the other option? Again, I'm going to be honest, so I'm not going to do this I'm still going to do what Rose would pick, I just would like the optimal team for it. Now, like I said, I gave you the answer, I'm gonna stick with it. Rose would convince the boy, for his mother's sake, to go to the circle. That is what Rose would do. So I'm going to stick with this team. Fenris, Carver, and Evelyn, right? Okay. So I'm first gonna go bring that seal back.
Are you safe, Fenris?
No.
You know, some guards give people the opportunity to lie if it will keep the peace.
You can see what I am. Lie to yourself if you must.
Rescue the Viscount's son? Is that a rumor? No. That's a new quest, I guess?
I heard you lost something. This it?
I didn't expect to see this again. Thank you. Truly.
Okay, let me quickly pick up this mission. Just to have it. The Unbidden Rescue, offered by the authority of His Excellency Viscount Marlowe Dumar. Citizens of Abel Nature. Viscount Dumar requires your aid. His son, same as Dumar, has lost to uncertain company, and a safe return is sought with all haste. Make your case of skill to Seneschal Bronn at his station, in His Excellency's keep, and the reward for this act shall be a generous of both sentiment and coin. Okay, so I've got that quest, which is the Unbidden Rescue. So, the Wayward Son.
The Viscount's son abducted by Kunari. I've heard what those horned brutes do to their
Wayward Son.
You know, Fenris, I have a tattoo.
You have a what?
A tattoo. A lot of us got them before Ostagar. It's a Mabari, for strength.
Does it curse you with the ability to reach into a man and tear out his insides?
I can make it bark.
Please don't.
Agreed.
Oh, his inferiority complex is so strong that he's even comparing himself to people that's not his sister. That's so sad.
Greetings, my lady. You look like a woman who'd appreciate the finest rubies from Antiva raising her lovely neck. I bring only the best northern merchandise to the free marches.
I'm looking for Fenrir.
Actually, I'm more interested in your son.
My lady, I'm a bachelor. I've never met a woman of sufficient beauty and charm to tie Vincento down.
That's the best you can do with a guard staring you in the face.
Let us not ruin the day with such weighty thoughts. Perhaps I could show you my silks.
Yeah. I know you're scared for him.
We're not Templars, Sirrah. Fenrir has nothing to fear from us.
Maldición, you are a mage. I suppose you'd be kind then to a boy who resists being taken in by Templars?
Oh, sure. Like his family.
The boy's in over his head. So I sent him to the only man I know who doesn't despise mages. A former Templar named Samson.
A Templar?
Why would a Templar help him?
His conscience plagues him, having served the Templars too long. He now helps mages on the run. He stays out of sight during the day. At night, he stays near Darktown. That's the best place to find him.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are gone. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Samson.
Old Vincento said someone might come sniffing around. You're looking for the boy, right? Feign something. I'll tell you now, there's not much I can do for you.
Are you Samson?
I'm looking for a retired Templar named Samson.
Retired. Sounds better than burned out husk of a Templar begging coins in the choke tap. They don't do anything to keep you, you know. You join the Order, you're free to walk away. But they're the only ones who've got the dust.
What do you mean?
The dust?
Lyrium, an ore the dwarves mine. Magic in its raw form. You need to drink the stuff to face down the magicers. Problem is, If you ever try to stop, just about kills you.
So, you help mages?
Is it true you give aid to apostates fleeing the Templars?
The mages I help, they're no more than children, newly discovered their magic and terrified. Barely left their mother's skirts, and now we're saying they got to be locked away for their own good. That demons are hunting them. Do you wonder they run?
You sure you can't help?
Just looking at you, I'd say you're a man who helps anyone for the right price.
What kind of price?
Well, I'll pay you in silver.
How's this?
Right. The lad came to me, not a silver in his pockets. Told him there's nothing I can do for him.
Charity to a point, I see.
I pointed him to a ship captain I know, Rayner. Sometimes he'll take on runaways. Took another apostate last week, girl I sent him. Might have gone wrong though. I heard rumors he took the both of them captive instead.
That figures.
So your good friend's a kidnapper? Can't say I'm surprised.
Not a friend. Just someone who's not afraid to try this business. Rumor has it, Rayner had the pair of them locked inside a Keys warehouse, somewhere close to dockside. You want to go looking? You might find the lad before he gets ransomed to the Templars. Or worse.
Okay. Time to head to the docks. Oh, that's the Danzig one, okay. Well, I guess we'll see. I'm gonna try and stay true to Rose, but if the entire party disagrees, he can't be a good person. Nothing here. Ooh, crate. Door. Oh, okay. Saving. Great. Door.
Get a hold of her.
Please, help me. Anyone.
Get the hands! I heard they can't do no spells without hands.
magic.
Someone coming in behind you!
Ow. Really? Olivia's ladder to task. Father, I know the sacrifices you've made to conceal my secret, but I am a child no longer. I cannot burden you my whole life, lest my secret destroy us both. I must live my own life as a woman, and as a mage. It is oddly freeing to write the world. Farewell, Father. I hope one day you make peace between what you have taught and what you have seen. All my love, Olivia.
Let me know.
Captain Reyna's account. Sold. 2 barrels of fish, Viscount's Keep. 3 barrels of rum, Hangman. 1 male human mage, Danzig. 25 Raveni furs.
Check if there's anything to identify the girl. Her family will want to know.
Well, I have the ladder. Oh my god, dudes. However, I am going to take a short break. Break will be shorter than usual. I'll be back in about 10ish minutes. So I will see you all in a moment. Hi, and welcome back. So without further ado, let's just keep pushing forward.
I understand you're named after a famous knight.
Everyone always brings up the name.
I've not heard of Sir Aveline. Is she very famous?
Really? They don't tell of her glorious downfall into Winter?
Not to slaves.
Pardon me for saying so, but thank the Maker for that.
Anyway, there is an important topic that I want to broach, but I'm gonna wait until this rather disturbing mission is done. And I have to go chest hunting after this anyway, so I'll do that then.
Why, look here, boys. Volunteers. Clap 'em in irons and let's see what the Tevinters will pay for 'em.
Fenris?
Make him talk.
I can do that.
Andraste's great flaming ass! How did you do that? Never mind, I've stashed the boy in a cave, a smuggler hideout on the Wounded Coast. Tevinters will be by to finish the deal today. Now, can I go?
No.
Sure. Oh, wait. I meant no.
Yay! Friendships went up! I decimated that group with a single spell. Jesus. Oh yeah, I like Sarcastic Hawk.
One less, warrior. Looks like they took him to some bolt hole in the Wounded Coast. I wonder if that's near the Injured Cliffs. Or the Limping Hills. Massive Hedge Trauma Bay. No? Forget I said anything.
Oh, I love this personality.
I can't do that.
Oh boy. In a minute, I'm also gonna have to come back here. Well, there you have your answer. She runs that way too. Where do I need to go for the Dead Man's Pass? Is this an entirely new area? Oh boy. I know, it's a very feminine way to walk.
Out of your element, dwarf.
No thanks to this lot, can't get a decent blade at a bargain anymore. You, though...
It's exaggerated.
You're what a man needs, a skilled enthusiast.
What are you talking about?
You can start making sense any time now.
My manners. Javaris Tintop, merchant and investor. I need forward thinkers to help court the Qunari. Those hornheads in Kirkwall have a powder that explodes, and it's just dust. No lyrium, no demons. Anyone can use it.
Fools with swords are bad enough, but this?
They offered this to you?
I doubt they were eager to sell.
That Arishok said I wasn't worthy. That only their outcast, the Talbashath, or that mercenary. I said, great, I'll go talk to them. Didn't go over well. But, made me think. Maybe he'll bargain if I get rid of something that bothers him more than, well, me.
The Talvashath.
The Talvashath. Are you up for some paid hunting?
Dwarfs don't have explosives?
Your people must have something like that already.
Small things, shaped to crack faults, not shatter the earth. Plus, they're mostly lyrium. Expensive, poisonous. The Chantry controls it topside. The glow makes you a target. Problem after problem.
But magic does this already.
What's the point when we already have magic that can do the same thing?
Maybe you have magic, all tough and human and whatnot. But what of the common man? How does he remove stumps from his land, or produce them on his enemies? What does he do when he needs a hole far too fast? Magic is hard to market. But this stuff you can put in a bag.
I had to do it to hunt outlaws.
I suppose there could be a reward for these Talvashath.
As long as you do it, I'm happy. Now, best I could figure, they're up the Wounded Coast, a whole camp. Take their heads off and meet me at the compound in Kirkwall. Get this right, and we'll be richly rewarded. Richly.
And Evelina's happy with that, although... Talvashath. Being lost in an ancient Tevinter ruin in northern Ravine is highly overrated. And then I found myself beset by several bands of Qunari, apparently working in concert. I fled and managed to hide in a little village by the name of Vindar. The people here, mostly humans and a few elves, were devout followers of the Qun. Yeah, but that's also because they're cats. It was the most organized village I had ever laid eyes on. The houses were identical and arranged along perfect orthogonal lines. The fields were well tended and apparently communal, but there were signs of damage everywhere, as if the town had suffered repeated sieges, buildings shattered, fields burned, and a great many empty houses. I spent the night in the home of Vindar's matriarch, who introduced herself only as Seer. When I tried to regale my hostess with the tale of my Qunari assailants, I discovered something. Qunari, Seer said, are people who follow the Qun. Her people, those born into Qunari society, who reject the Qun, are called Vashath, which means grey ones. These grey ones must leave their homes, for they have no place among the Qunari. Sadly, many turn against the society that cast them out. These outcasts call themselves Talvashath. The true grey ones. Often, they have no skills to make an honest living, so they sell themselves into service, usually becoming mercenaries. Even the most inept fighters among the Kunari race possess prodigious size and intimidating visage. These, she informed me, were my attackers in the countryside, the same band that wreaked havoc on Vendar. The Talvasho wage a bitter war against the Kun, the Kunari, and sometimes against Order itself. They are no match for the Kunari army, so they generally strike at farms, travelers, and those who stray too far from Kunari protection. I was lucky to escape with my life. Embrium. Embryums are flowers from orchid family. Its therapeutic qualities were actually discovered because the embryum's exceptional beauty. The beloved daughters of Lord Ignace Paulinck of Orlais fell victim to a terrible sickness of the lungs, which her healers were unable to cure. Thinking the girl would soon perish, her parents surrounded her bed with brightly colored flowers, hoping that it would bring some warmth and cheer in her last days. Oddly enough, the girl began to recover from the illness and grew stronger each day. Her parents were baffled, but overjoyed. The healers eventually learned that the fragrance of one of the flowers eased the child's breathing. The flower was an embryum, and later became known as the salubrious embryum. The other variant that has certain magical properties is known as dark embryum. Okay, now let's actually try and find the child. He's all the way on the other side. Oh no, he's actually in the south. Okay, I can get there.
You do not like your name?
My name is a wish my father made, and I did want to be a knight, but...
I see. Still, it's a good name. A strong name.
What were you named after?
I don't know my real name. My master called me Fenris, his little wolf.
Could you not call yourself something different now?
Couldn't you?
A fine point.
No, no, they're not. Spindleweed. Sack. That's locked or sealed, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Oh, great. I'm gonna have to come back here with a thief as well. I'm gonna have to do a lot of rounds with a thief now. Lots of choices, it seems. I'm going to have to see what it's going to be in the scenario, scenario itself.
Take one more step and the boy dies.
You're assuming I want him alive more than I want you dead.
Time to die, little man.
You're no good to me as a corpse. Get down.
It's mostly also that. I know Eveline don't like it, but here's the thing. He's worth money to them. He's not going to risk it. And she would have worked enough in the underworld under that Thieves Guild to know that. Yeah. The only good slaver is a dead slaver. To be fair, Dark also didn't deal with slavers. He just killed them. Now, don't die. Never mind. He died. Yeah, pretty much. Also, Rose does take care of the weak, even if she is a sassy, sarcastic person. It's not the first time she's helped somebody who is in deep shit.
Let him kill me. He had a sword at my throat and you just... I mean, thank you, but what if you were wrong?
He wouldn't have done it.
You were too valuable for him to kill.
Is that my choice? Prisoner or slave? Who are you? Are you working for the Templars?
Your mother sent me.
Hardly a difference. I can't believe her. My whole life it was all, I'll love you and protect you. Then I have some bad dreams and it's off to the Templars.
She's right, you know.
You belong in the circle of Magi.
Well, I'm not going. I was trying to get to the Dalish. They won't be afraid of my magic.
It'd be a hard life.
You don't whittle down those ears. They're apt to shoot you on sight.
I'd rather be killed by the Dalish than turned tranquil by Templars. Look, I know it's different in other kingdoms, but here, no one helps circle mages. Anything the Templars don't like, you get the brand. The Dalish, they've had magic forever. They could teach me. I won't be a danger, I swear.
Yeah?
Because no Dalish mage ever went astray.
What about your nightmares?
Was your mother right? Are you plagued by demons already?
I can't say for sure. I have...
Yeah, they have
dreams.
a really good, like,
there are voices
balance.
in the
It
dreams.
actually makes
They
sense.
asked me to come. to give shape to the void around them. But the Dalish Keeper is wise. If anyone can help, she can.
Go to the circle.
Sorry, friend, but it's time to get familiar with the gallows.
I saw what you did to those Tevinters. I cannot hope to fight you. Fine. Go and get your blood money. Tell my mother she won. But she'll be the only one I don't miss when they lock me away.
Whatever their differences, his mother deserves to know he's alive.
He didn't like it, but it's for the best for him. At least it'll help him learn his abilities. If he's just going to assume they're going to make him tranquil, he's going to need to learn it. Rather sooner than later. I mean, to be fair, he was raised with stories and misconceptions. Of course, he's going to be bitter because he's afraid. He needs to understand that there's a difference. But once you're in that stage of mindset, you're not going to learn the difference unless you experience it. The only way he's going to understand that he's not automatically going to be made tranquil is if he lives with the mages for a while. What is it, Teets? No, that's true, Shady. And there is this issue with the Templars here. But at the same time, the Dalish haven't exactly been very keen with their own elf casting magic, let alone a human. They're not going to accept him that openly. Yes.
You are known, Fenris.
What?
I'm going through Jevon's neglected reports. Some involve you and requests about you.
By whom?
I don't know. They're old, poorly kept. But you should be on your best behavior.
Thank you for getting rid of them.
I didn't.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, Pete, because I was missing the conversation. To be fair, Colin isn't corrupt. Colin is just more afraid than most people of mages, especially with what he went through. He's traumatized. Doesn't mean that what he was doing is right, but it's also not completely understand. It's not like you can't understand his perspective either. Anyway, the first thing I'm going to do now is get a rogue in my party so I can work on getting those treasures. Then I'll continue the mission and look what the best party would be. Wayward Son, Errant Letter, Unbidden Rescue. Let's first do the Wayward Son.
So this master of yours wants your markings back? Skin and all?
So his hunters told me, unwillingly.
So why not cover them up? Wouldn't that make you harder to find?
It's lyrium.
Let them come. I am not one to hide.
Still, if it were me...
It's not.
It's not.
Something tells me I might have a similar mind frame as Fenris. Also, I'm just gonna go out and say I don't think Carver scores high in academics. Fenris' skin is imbued with lyrium tattoos which conceal power. Even if he hides it, he still radiates magic. It's not gonna help. Yeah, he is.
Well, he went kicking and screaming, but your boy is at the circle.
He may never forgive me for sending him there, but I'd rather him alive and furious than dead and buried. As I said, I have little money, but this is a Dalish ring that has been in my family for generations. Please accept it with my thanks.
Greetings.
Some missions don't seem to have a happy ending. But then again, not everybody's always going to be happy. Not everybody's going to appreciate doing the right thing. He might not like it in the circle, but it's like his mother says. At least he'll be alive. Anyway, let me switch party and I'm gonna go treasure hunting. But before I start treasure hunting, the first thing that I wanna engage in for a moment is a certain
Another messenger came by with a letter. It's on the desk.
Oh, I'm popular. Active mercy. Proud scion of the Hawk family, I dare not contact you directly, but we have met before, and I know you're a person of good character and unusual ability. Indulge me in a meeting outside the city, for I require your aid in a delicate task. As a token of good faith, I have enclosed a modest sum. There will be more waiting if you can help. Please come as soon as you receive it. If you do not, the life of many innocents may be on my hands. Okay. Busy. Anyway, since this is a normal treasure hunt, let me take my actual key. Apparently so. Also, that is very true. But, anyway, one of the things that I want to talk about, it is the very reason why I named the stream, I gave the stream the title it does, and why I gave my introduction. Now, before I begin this discussion, I do want to take a moment to explain that I'm not planning on lingering on topics like these, or letting them, or hanging on to something way past the point it's getting interesting. That being said, I feel that it needs to be said at least once, and not just by me. I feel this is a topic that should at least be discussed with that everybody should talk about, because the only true way to spread awareness and spread understanding and create change in not just people but policies, and change for a better future, is to spread awareness and increase the understanding in very topical issues. So I plan to...
Elf, that thing you do with your hand.
I can already tell this isn't going anywhere pleasant.
I bet that makes pickpocketing easier.
I'll try it sometime and find out.
Anyway, as I was saying, so I decided to appropriate...
Is brooding a sport in Tevinter? Do they hold competitions? Hand out trophies for the best scowls?
I'm not brooding.
Moping, then? You seem like you're a champion at it.
I'm perfectly content at the moment.
Oh, so that's you smiling. Glad you clarified that. I'd never have known.
Can I just say I like Varric? Anyway, I decided to appropriate some time today to talk about the topic, and then let it rest. And although I know that there's probably not a whole lot of people watching, it doesn't even matter if there are people here. Even if it is just to be put down in the vlog, or maybe help clarify for some people or create further understanding, it is something I feel like everybody should talk about. The matter that I want to talk about is the issue with unity. We are currently living in an era where a company... Oh. Well, fuck me. I can't reach that chest. Anyway. We're living in an era where a company that has provided an engine for indie game developers to work on can change their policies in a very dastardly way to suit their own benefits and expect no one to rise up. And the truth is, and this is one of the things that I'm worried about, that people aren't actually going to rise up. Matters like these have happened before, but yet usually there is an outcry, but then it dies down and nothing gets done. The only way, if we're actively going to change things, is if we talk about it, spread awareness, and actually take action, not violent action, but action nonetheless, to stop big corporations or governments or whatever authoritarian installment over whatever division we're talking about, stop them from making changes we dislike.
And Iran Atishan, stranger.
So for those who don't know, Unity is a company that has created the Unity engine, which a lot of indie game developers use to create their games. Both big companies use them, but it is a lot more popular because for the longest time the engine was free to use, so a lot of indie developers used it. A few years ago, there was an outcry when Unity had changed some policies that people didn't like. So they put in their policies an agreement that people didn't have to agree with the most current policy, that they could choose to opt out of the current one and maintain an older one, but that would also lock them out of the more modern options Unity would provide. And that was a perfectly legitimate action, and they still didn't ask money. What they did then, however, this month, they changed their policies. They changed it without informing people, but worst of all, without telling anyone. They removed their policy about being able to disagree with the current one and maintaining an older one, and they didn't even give people a chance to change, because what they basically did was write in their policy that anybody currently using Unity had already agreed with it, even if they hadn't read it. On top of that, at the start of the new year, they are planning on applying a new payment policy. They are planning on charging developers 20 cents per install of a game on their engine. They're planning on, every time somebody installs a game on their personal PC, they are planning to charge the developer of that game 20 cents. Now, granted, well, I say granted, poor choice of words. These are the prices for big games that sell a lot of copies. For smaller games, there are different prices. But the point is that they want to charge developers for every install. And before I even start going into how absurd the very idea of charging people like that is, I lost my train of thought. My mind is thinking too fast on the issue, trying to make sure I cover everything, but I forgot where I was going with my thought. So they want to charge people 20 cents per install. And they're also giving an option to benevolently waive that fee if people agree to apply to their new plan, which is to allow people to run ads in the middle of games that they develop. And it just seems that they legitimately think that this is something that they can do without issue. No, please. I'm trying to base it on different articles, but my mind is thinking too fast to formulate it appropriately. You can correct me, I don't mind it. I might have gotten some information mixed.
Did I hear correctly? You are an abomination.
Why don't you shout? I don't think everyone heard you.
Do you see yourself as harmless then? An abomination who would never harm anyone?
Like ripping someone's heart out of his chest?
I did that at the behest of no demon.
So we agree that it doesn't take a demon for someone to be a vicious killer. Good.
He's by.
Ah. Well, it is still an issue. Now, some of the problems that comes with doing this, first of all, is the fact that this is a system that can be easily abused. Using many different systems, they can just pay someone to uninstall and reinstall the game and keep racking up that price. Second of all, it's not just an issue towards the developers. It is also a very poor behavior towards the people purchasing and playing the games. Because how are they planning on tracking who installs a game on their PC? It is a very invasive way to know what you install on your personal computer. I know you're joking, Pete, but it's really bad. And I feel like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like if we don't step up and show that we disagree with this notion, well, they probably are shady. And I don't have faith in them. I am sorry, but it's not the first time Unity has screwed up. And I sincerely believe that they're not planning on changing, unless they prove otherwise. On top of that, and this is another thing that I want to point out, it has also been shown that a lot of major shareholders, I know, shady, no worries, but it has also been shown that a lot of major shareholders and big players within the Unity company have sold shares, and a lot of them right before the announcement went live to the changes of the paying platform. Which is suspicious as fuck. But anyway, the point that I was trying to make before I start changing. Oh yeah, they knew. But the point that I was trying to make, and this is something that I'm legitimately worried about, is that this is going to be one of those things that is going to happen like things that happened in the past. It's major news. People are going to be annoyed by it, but there's not going to be enough action to warrant change. And if we allow this to happen, where is it going to end? What is the next thing that we are going to allow by remaining inactive? I know a lot of people don't want to act, but at the same time, it's remaining inactive in moments like these that allow these companies to get away with shitty policies because we don't act on them. And again, I'm not asking to be violent. I'm not asking for things like death threats or condemnations, because I'm very well aware that there are some people who are going to be doing that. But I am asking to be smart about this, inform people, spread the news, and actively think about the actions you take going forward. What are Johnny Depp threats? Do I want to know?
So, a human, an elf, and a dwarf walk into a bar.
The human says, "You're lucky you're so short. That hurt like mad."
You could have just stopped me, Blondie.
Why waste a perfectly good setup?
Nice deeds. Also, that is a good one. There are also entire game companies that are threatening to up their game and move. One of those being, I believe, Among Us. I believe the Among Us development team has threatened that if Unity goes forward with their changes to their plans, then the Among Us devs are going to port the game on an entirely different system before they continue releasing it. But that is just dev communities, and while it is important.
Another friend we haven't met?
And while it is important that development communities also act up, it's not just them. We as people...
No further, human. Cal Vishoth control these passages.
Give me one moment.
Ambushes are usually quieter, Kunari.
I did not intend to ambush. I expected to warn a caravan, but you are not helpless. The path ahead is littered with my kind.
If you are as skilled as you look, it would please me if you killed them.
Right.
And I should trust you.
I have no history of betraying your people, only my own. I did not like my role, so I left the queue. I do not wish to be a murdering thief, so I left these Talvashov to warn their victims. You are no victim, so now I will leave.
Join me to fight them.
If they have offended you so much, help me go after them.
But I am worse. They don't want to raise their swords for coin, so they murder and steal. They cling to the honor they held under the Qun. My sword means nothing. I will sell it and myself as mercenary. Kunare would say I am worse.
Then I will hire
If
you.
your blade is on the market, I'll pay.
No.
You sure you know what mercenary means?
Taking payment to face Talvashov only proves that I've sold the last of myself. I know what I am. I don't need to belabor it. You have my word of caution, human. Heed it or do not.
As long as I live, I will not understand the Canary.
Anyway, as I was saying, one of the things we can do is make sure, even right now, that we are careful with what we install. Actively avoid Unity games. If there are really games you want to play from Unity, get them now while you can and install them and get it over with. But even at this moment, we gotta limit or write angry letters, but also what stops them from just ignoring it? Exactly that. So while if this was another situation altogether, I would probably suggest that you start with writing an angry letter. Let your discontent and displeasure be known. The problem is, there is so much feedback when it comes to the whole Unity. Pretty much that, but the whole problem with Unity is that there's already so much information about the displeasure. Oh, they very much did. I am not surprised that this is going to change the future of indie development, and that a lot of indie games are simply not going to use Unity anymore, because again, you can't forget, this isn't the first time Unity has screwed over indie developers. It has happened a few years back. But the point of the thing that I was trying to make is that there's so much bad feedback that it's gotten to the point where writing an angry letter is not going to work. So just like Pete says, the only real way that we can truly show that we will not stand for changes that screw over vast amount of people, whether they're developers or whether they are gamers, is by actively avoiding installs after the new year, so that the company loses money. So that the company bleeds money. It is likely the only way we can truly make them feel that we don't agree with their policy. That being said, I do think that by matter of principle, chances are Unity is already ruined. Just for the fact of what they have, like, they've already screwed over people once or twice, and now with this news, it has just sealed the deal that people can trust Unity. and they likely won't ever again. Oh, please, go ahead. Right now, we're trying to get everything Unity-wise out of the way so we can let this matter rest until something else new pops up. But I want to try and get everything tabled today. And while it is true, Shady, that consumers do forget these things, it's something we shouldn't. Because change doesn't only come from a small group, change needs to come by standing together with everyone. We consumers shouldn't forget this as well, that they have just not only screwed over the developers, but also us, because it's going to take a lot longer for games to be released, and they're probably going to use invasive measures when we install their games. Here's the thing, dudes. I'm worried about laughing because I know you're probably joking, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if that were actually names of plugins. But yeah, this is definitely one example that we shouldn't just let it pass over. We should stand together and take action. Show that this is not behavior that can be tolerated. And the only way we can do that is by standing together against it. And part of that is spreading awareness. It is why I wanted it addressed now. Why I wanted to talk about it and hope that, even if it's not just me, but people watching my VOD when I upload it, other streamers, that just the news gets spread and people talk about it. That is the first start to creating change. Now I want to ask, oh wait, did that actually happen? Because I did not read that part. Well then, I hope we can create change. I really hope we can, Shady. But also, I'm kind of flabbergasted. Like, what company is so stupid, for lack of a better word, than to insult the one group of people that actually uses their service? Well, you say quickly. It still took a couple of months before they actually started backpedaling their ideas. That's also true. These people seem to be completely locked in their plans. No matter what people say or do. This is very likely going to change the face of indie development. Whether it's for the good or for the bad, it's something we're going to have to wait and see. But this is going to have a lasting impact. Now I want to ask, before we let this matter rest for today, have I forgotten anything, or is there anything anyone else will want to bring up? Excuse me, excuse me. What the hell? What was that? Pretty much. Oh boy. I can't actually heal. Whew. Anyway, now that that fight is over, just double checking. Nothing I've forgotten? Nothing anyone else wants to say on the matter? That fight was rough. Alright, you kids? Oh, that was intense. Oh, there's something here. Ooh, secret? Well, I doubt it, but you could probably start a forum on Reddit. Yeah, that's a really good move. I hadn't heard about that, but that's really great news.
was your friend made tranquil? Do you know?
No, and it doesn't matter. Nobody deserves that.
I know some mages who deserve that.
Really? Perhaps they should start making slaves tranquil. Then they wouldn't dream of escaping. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Slaves do not attract demons that try to possess them.
Which clearly justifies it. What a perfect solution.
Oh, these two are gonna be difficult dealing with. But oh well.
Let me pass. I have business with the dwarf Javaris and your Arishok.
The short mouth, yes. Enter if you must, Basra.
The Kunari. The people of the Kun are perhaps the least understood group in Tennis. The Kunari wars were brutal, but so was the Chantry Schism, whatever. So was the fall of the Imperium. Some of this misunderstanding is an accident of nature. The race we call Kunari are formidable. Nature has given them fierce horns and strange eyes, and the ignorant look on them and see monsters. Some is an accident of language. Few among the Kun's people speak the common tongue, and fewer speak it well. In a culture that strives for mastery, to have only a passable degree of skill is humiliating indeed, and so they often keep quiet among foreigners, out of shame. But most of it is a result of the culture itself. The Kunari view their whole society as a single creature, a living entity whose health and well-being is the responsibility of all. Each individual is only a tiny part of the whole, a drop of blood in its veins, important not for itself, but for what it is to the whole creature. Because of this, the Kunari most outsiders meet belong to the army, which the Kun regards as it were the physical body. Arms, legs, eyes, and ears. The things a creature needs in order to interact with the world. One cannot get to know a person solely by studying his hand or his foot, and so one cannot truly meet the Kunari until one has visited their cities. That is where their mind and soul dwell. In Seheron and Parvolen, one can truly see the Kunari in their entirety. There, the unification of the Kunari into a single being is most evident. Workers, whom the Kun call the mind, produce everything the Kunari require. The soul, the priesthood, seek a greater understanding of the self, the world, and he exhorts the body and mind to continually strive for perfection. The body serves as the go-between for the mind, the soul, and the world. Everyone and everything has a place decided by the Kun, in which they work for the good of the whole. It is a life of certainty and equality, if not individually.
Ah, my right hand arrives. Summon your Arishok. The bargain is done. About time you showed. I've been here for hours.
Big man.
Ari Shokost, Maraz Shokra, Anan Isamkun.
The Kun from an elf? The madness of this place.
Do you know him?
Friend of yours?
Friend of no one.
Yes, well, that said, I'm here to report that your hated Talvishoth were felled, one and all, right? Yes, they were. So, I'm ready to open negotiations for the explosive powder, as we agreed.
No.
He's not getting it. Make your chatty elf say something.
What about it, Fenris?
Any insight that would help?
Kunari do not abandon a debt. I humbly request clarification from the Arishok.
I have a growing lack of disgust for you. The dwarf imagined the deal for the Gatlock. He invented a task to prove his worth when he has none.
Then we have wrongly inserted ourselves in your affairs. Would you have us kill this dwarf?
Wait, what now?
If you face Talvashoth, he is not worthy of dying to you, as he was not worthy of dying to them. But you keep good company. Let him live, and leave.
Oh, you better leave, Java.
You may want to take this opportunity to go.
But he has to sell. It's a product. People want it.
There is no profit in empowering those not of the Qun. The means of creating the Gatlock is ours alone. It shall be dispensed only to our enemies, in the traditional manner.
You are a frustrating people. And you're fired. Sodding bunch of oxmen and doglords. A whole lot breathing smoke. Pah.
You will leave as well, human. There's no more coin for you here.
Jesus. The Qun. Long ago, the Ashkari lived in a great city by the sea. Wealth and prosperity shone upon the city like sunlight, and still its people grumbled in discontent. The Ashkari walked the street of his home and saw that all around him were signs of genius, triumphs of architecture, artistic masterpieces, the palaces of wealthy merchants, libraries and concert halls. But he also saw signs of misery, the poor, sick, lost, frightened, and the hopeless. And the Ashkari asked himself, how can one people be both wise and ignorant, great and ruined, triumphant and despairing? So the Ashkari left the land of his birth, seeking out other cities and nations, looking for a people who had found wisdom enough to end hopelessness and despair. He wandered for many years through empires filled with palaces and gardens, but in every nation of the wise, the great, and the mighty, he found the forgotten, the abandoned, and the poor. Finally, he came to a vast desert, a wasteland of bare rock, clawing at the empty sky, where he took shelter in the shadow of a towering rock, and resolved to meditate until he found his answers or perished. Many days passed until one night, as he gazed out from the shadow of the rock, he saw the lifeless desert awaken. 100,000 locusts hatched from the barren ground, and as one they turned south, a single wave of moving earth. The Ashkari rose and followed in their wake, a path of devastation miles wide. The once verdant land turned to waste, and the Ashkari's eyes were opened. Existence is a choice. There is no chaos in the world, only complexity. Knowledge of the complex is wisdom. From wisdom of the world comes wisdom of the self. Mastery of the self is mastery of the world. Loss of the self is the source of suffering. Suffering is a choice, and we can refuse it. It is in our own power to create the world or destroy it. And the Ashkari went forth to his people.
Examples of true purpose, or even... Why do you bother me, human? I hire no blades and need no goods. Your kind thinks selfishness and want are normal. This city, all of it, leaves a bad taste.
Then, why stay?
If you despise this place, why haven't you left?
Since we arrived, I have seen nothing but greed and weakness. Dwarves, humans, elves, just festering. No order, no goal. You are one of the few I have met with any ability. And yet this too was random, a result of selfishness. I cannot fathom how a mire like this can be justified. You say we should leave, but how can you bear to stay in this chaos?
Weakness provides opportunity.
I agree. It's a mess.
But you don't see that as a problem?
I see it as an opportunity, and I intend to take full advantage.
Karisten are soldiers. The Qun made it so. They can never vary from that assigned path, never be other than they are meant to be. But they are free to choose within that role, to accept and succeed, or deny and die. Glory is clear and defined. It is an undeniable certainty. What full advantage can you take without that authority?
Is it certainty or slavery?
He's free to choose to obey. That isn't contradictory to you.
He chooses to be, as do we all, long before any of your meaningless freedoms are presented. I am not the one to educate you. I did not intend to land here. But this city may demand certainty. I suspect we are done, human.
I will say, though, the Kunari are an interesting people. Even if I don't agree with their views, they're fascinating. What was your mission?
You're a long way from home. Why did you come?
To meet a demand of the Qun.
Which was?
It is a matter only the Kunari understand. We remain until we fulfill the demand of the Qun. Or until the demand changes.
You impose help on the
I
city?
don't think Kirkwall would do well under military rule.
The rule of the Qun is not military. It is discipline and order.
How is that different?
To your limited understanding, it is not. You fear soldiers that arrive to remove your pitiable vices. But they do not control Kunari. The Triumvirate divides and governs. One is nothing without the others.
The Triumvirate?
Can you tell me about the other two parts?
No.
Now you're just being difficult.
I am no more equipped to explain than you are to understand. Arishak, Arigena, Arikyun, pillars of the Kunari, of the nation that must be. There is but one way to know these things, human. And I have yet to decide if it must be done.
Tell me of the Tal Vashat.
How many Kunari have you lost to the Tal Vashoth?
None.
Optimistic, considering my death toll.
We lose nothing when weakness abandons the Qun. It is the Tal Vashoth who have lost themselves.
One of them warned me.
I met an honorable one.
Doubtful.
He said he was a mercenary, not a murderer.
Then I know he made no claim to honor. When they sell themselves, little remains. He is not even dead to the Qun. He is a living insult.
I let Fenris do the talking because he seemed to have a deeper understanding of the Qun. And Rose told the dwarf to leave now that they were still letting him live. Goodbye.
Farewell.
Panahedan, human.
I don't know if anybody liked or disliked it. I couldn't see. Or rather, I missed it. I'll put it like that. Oh, nothing here. Oh, Fenris was really cool. He started talking to them in their own language. And then was like, do you want me to kill this dwarf? Ah, so many missions. I don't regret doing them all, but there's a lot of missions. Okay, let's deliver the errand letter.
You ever going to stop harping on the mages here?
No.
They aren't what you saw in Tevinter.
The moment they are free, mages will make themselves magisters.
They're slaves. You should want to help them.
I don't.
I'm not gonna lie, Anders is a little annoying in this one. Like in the previous one, he was alright. He was like that sassy pro-mage one. Now he's just constantly complaining. It's rather disappointing.
Thank you for bringing Fainriel to the Circle. He is resentful still, but it is the only place he can master his demons.
I have a letter for you.
I found this. It was addressed to you. It seems to be from your daughter.
My daughter? Then you know what she is. How she died. When I traced her to that warehouse, I should have forced her into the Circle. My own weakness in the face of her pleas is what destroyed her. It is why I urged Ariani not to give in when Fainriel wished to hide. If only I had been so strong for Olivia.
I'll keep your secret.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about the Templars finding out anymore.
Thank you. She is at peace now. I would not wish to see her name smeared while her ashes are still warm.
Oops. I screwed up with Fenris on that one. But he seems to be on the good side. I should pay more attention to who I'm taking where though. Because I just went because I thought it wouldn't be a big mission. It was. Anyway, I think that is a delivery, so I can just do that.
I thought all dwarves had beards. Where's yours?
I misplaced it, along with my sense of dwarven pride and my gold-plated noble cast pin.
I thought maybe it fell onto your chest.
Oh, the broody elf tells a joke.
I don't brood.
Friend, if your brooding were any more impressive, women would swoon as you passed. They'd have broody babies in your honor.
You're a very odd dwarf.
And you thought I was joking about the pin.
This fell into my hands. Recognize it.
I had long since paid my debt over this. It's grand to see it again.
Anyway. Storm of the Century. I missed that spell. That was a fun spell. Anyway, next mission is Shepherding Wolves. Act of Mercy. I'm first going to see what this mission is about because I don't know who's hiring me. And I'm not going to ask you to look it up, Shady, because that would be cheating. At the first I need to at least figure out myself what I'm dealing with. Also, if there's a way I can reassign my points, if I make Anders a healing mage, I might focus more on disrupting rather than healing. But that's for the future, that's not for now.
Mistress Hawk, Fainriel speaks well of how you treated him before you brought him to us. I thought perhaps you would be willing to show mages a kindness once more.
Yes, what's your question? You know what I think about that question, Teets? Dun dun dun. Lol. What's this about?
Can I get the details before I agree?
There are a number of apostates hiding in those caverns.
We are not going to kill apostates for you.
I was hoping you might speak to the group. Convince them to surrender peacefully before my fellow Templars arrive.
How did the mages get here?
Who are these apostates? Where did they come from?
These are the mages of the former circle at Starkhaven. It burned to the ground, and their Templars sent for us to relocate the survivors. Unfortunately, they escaped on the journey. With their phylacteries burned, it has been nearly impossible to track them.
What's a phylactery?
When a mage joins the circle, the first enchanter takes a sample of his blood. It is used as a focus to track the mage should he escape.
What will the Templars do?
Do the other Templars intend to do worse than recapture the mages?
Sir Karas is a Knight Lieutenant of the Templars, a great crony of Meredith. Should he find apostates hiding from pursuit, Meredith will consider him justified in murdering the lot of them.
Meredith?
Who's Meredith?
You have clearly not been in Kirkwall long. Meredith is Knight Commander. She has changed the rules for mages in Kirkwall. They are less free than elsewhere. Though I dare say she is
I might do that after this mission. There's a group of apostates?
If you've got this many mages escaping, you Templars aren't too good at your jobs.
These mages have shown they attack Templars on sight. You have a better chance than I to convince them they are better off alive in the Circle than free and dead. Sir Karas hunts them as well. If they have not surrendered by the time he arrives, this will be a bloodbath.
Okay, I want to ask Shady. Can I leave before I do this mission? Or is this a timed mission? Because if this is a timed mission, I don't think I have the best group for this. The name is Act of Mercy. Ugh. I mean, that's also true, but this isn't a Bethesda game. You know, this is an actually good fantasy game, Pete. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna do that. So, since this is a mission about mages, who should I bring? If it's convincing mages to join the circle or surrender, then I'm probably gonna need Fenris. I should probably take Carver, because I am trying to improve my relationship with Carver. I'm not gonna take Anders, because he's gonna be against it. I'm not gonna take Meryl, because she's gonna be against it. I might take Avi. I would take this party, which is again triple tank, but that's fair. I figured. But I'm gonna go with my gut. It is probably a tough morality quest, but I am going to stay true to my morality, and while I imagine Rose to be the type of person that's not overly fond of like the circle, she probably does believe in freedom, but she also understands that depending on the situation, it's better to stay alive than it is to die for a cause that won't change. Which is why she would try to convince the mages to surrender.
Mages will always resort to the forbidden if they feel enough need.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to save everyone. Well, no, because it turns out Fenris isn't really like outright killing them. He's just more about mages need to be controlled. They need to be limited. He doesn't like free mages. Which is funny because he can't stand me, but I think I'm the exception to the rule. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm the exception to the rule. Maybe. I like Fenris though, he's a very fascinating character. I also like how Fenris and Anders are like perfect opposites in their own morality. Yeah, that's pretty much what he said.
Maker's blessing. I thought I was going to die down here in this tomb. Are you with the Templars? Please, I need to go back to the Circle. I never wanted to get involved in this. Not when he started making those things.
He?
Who is he?
Decimus. It was his decision. He kept saying the Templars would label us blood mages if we fled. Why not use it if it's our best tool?
Typical excuse.
He slit his wrist, and the magic... it rose from the blood and woke the skeletons in the cave. I ran. Decimus is wrong. Blood magic is a work of evil, not just a power the Templars keep from us for spite.
Tell me about Decimus.
Decimus is the leader of these mages.
He's crazy. He said with our phylacteries gone, no one could find us. We would be free. I think maybe he set the fire. There must be a demon working through him. No normal man would profane the dead like this.
Oh, that's how it goes. Tone it down, Pete, so I'm sending a hawk after
It's all
you.
downhill from there.
I've been at the Circle since I was 6. I've heard about demons, blood magic. They warned us, but I never thought I'd see it. The rest of them, they're still following Decimus. He's gone mad. I think he'd kill us all just to take the Templars down.
So Thrask waits outside. You will be safe there.
Excuse me? Why the fuck do you bump into me like that? I'm saving your life here, asshole. Oh, I didn't tell him to do anything. This was one of the mages I found that just kind of automatically was spared. I asked him about the leader and gave him the sassy, sarcastic answer, but he just left. It was default. So what should I get? I want crushing prison. Well, it is a really good spell. It's why I want it. And I do have to thank you for telling me about that spell, because I really like that spell. Can I say one thing that I have noticed about this game that is slightly disappointing? Every dungeon side mission is the same map. If you go into a cavern area, fair deeds. If you go into a cavern area, this is that dungeon map. If you go into a warehouse area, it's that warehouse map. That's the only thing that is slightly disappointing. But yeah, that's actually what I'm trying to make her. A combination of damage and control. So crushing prison is probably perfect for her. Oh, Fenris doesn't look happy.
They're here! The Templars have come to take us back to the Circle.
Decimus, no! Stay your hand. These are no Templars.
What do I care what shield they carry? If they challenge us, the dead themselves will meet the call.
Blood magic, the forbidden school. Foul and corrupt are you, who have taken my gift and turned it against my children. The ancient inventors did not originally consider blood magic a school of its own. Rather, they saw it as a means to achieve greater power in any school of magic. The name, of course, refers to the fact that magic of this type uses life, specifically in the form of blood instead of mana. It was a common practice at one time for a magister to keep a number of slaves on hand, so that should he undertake the workings of a spell that was physically beyond his abilities, he could use blood of his slaves to bolster the casting. Over time, however, the Imperium discovered types of spells that could only be worked by blood. Although Lyrium would allow a mage to set his conscious mind into the Fate, blood would allow him to find the sleeping minds of others, view their dreams, and even influence or dominate their thoughts. Just as treacherous, blood magic allows the veil to be opened completely so that demons may physically pass through into our world. Though for some time to have stamped out in the Imperium, the practice of blood magic seems to be on the rise in recent years. The current Black Divine has lifted most of the prohibitions against dreamwalking, and so many mages in the Imperium now use it openly in the name of research. Really? Man, fuck the Decimus. I might have to redo this fight. Yeah, that didn't go well. I need to keep a better eye. I need to take out Decimus first. Okay, Decimus is down. Heal myself. Let Garvin take a potion. Sorry, Teets, I already defeated you.
You killed him? Oh, Decimus. You should have listened to me, love. I saw what you are. How could you murder one of your own just for daring to defy the Templars?
You think he brought those skeletons to life to serve me tea?
I warned him. I told him once he marked himself as a blood mage, that was all anyone would see.
Are we supposed to believe that you had no part in his actions?
I swear to you, I have had no truck with demons. Please, we only want our freedom. Without your help, the Templars will execute us all for Decimus's crimes.
Where do you want to go?
If not in the circle, how do you intend to live?
I hear there are places outside the pre-marches where the Templars are not so vigilant.
Oh. Let me guess. I can't convince them to join the circle? Because the way that I see it, this is not how I thought the mission would turn out, though. Because I brought this team thinking I could convince them, but if I can't convince them only by violence, well, I have to. Yeah, I know. What would Rose do? No, there isn't. I'm trying to stay true to what Rose would do, but I have the worst party for this. I should have taken Anders with me. Now that I know that, but
Why not? It's not like I'll be joining the Templars anytime soon.
Then we must first throw off pursuit. There is a Templar who followed us. You must have met him when you entered. Kill him, and we can get clear of Kirkwall before the Templars send more men.
These are blood mages. Not like you or Bethany. And what do you think happens if we start killing Templars?
Will you buy us time to flee Kirkwall?
I won't kill for you. Trust is nice. If you're just going to kill him for being a Templar, you're no better than your friend. I won't help you.
Just a little murder, is that it? No.
Then lay down your arms. I am trying to save our lives, not throw them away. We will come with you.
I'll make sure the way out is clear.
That went better than expected?
coming peacefully. What more do you want? I just want to get out of here alive.
I didn't think this is how it would end. I'm actually pretty proud of myself, and I picked as rosewood, not what would be best for the party. So that would have been her genuine choice. If she didn't ask me, if she had not asked me to kill him, if she had asked me to do anything else, Rose would have probably tried to help. I wouldn't know, Shady.
Not going to happen.
Oh, I don't have teeth with me again. True. Sorry they put it on your pizza, Shady. Anyway, as I was saying, if they had asked any other form of help, or anything, Rose would have probably helped. But they asked me to kill a person who is actually genuinely nice and caring for mages despite being a Templar. No. No.
Can't we talk?
There's no end to this.
Fair.
Now we fight. That's enough. Get back.
Are you saying there isn't anyone inside? Then where did that apprentice come from?
I followed the tracks from the caravan site, but the boy says the others already left.
Don't lie, Thrask. I know you're soft on the robes. I followed the same tracks and... What do we have here?
These mages surrender.
The Blood Mage is dead. These mages willingly returned to the Circle.
The Circle? As if we would let these demon worshippers pollute the minds of our mages. No. Once they have tasted freedom, apostates are good for nothing. Better to silence them now.
No! And you wonder why we fear them? Please, you must protect us.
Let's all calm down.
I think maybe we all need to take a deep breath. Start over. Grace, this is Thrask. Thrask...
The Circle is a sanctuary, not a prison. If you kill these people, I will see you disciplined by the Divine herself.
Knight Commander says no rebel robes get to preach to the tame ones.
Are you truly going to send us off with this monster?
I have one question, Shady. Only one. If I say you are free, do I have to fight Trask? Yes. Because I don't care about Karis. Ah. Then I am going to stick with my gut.
Step back, Templar. These mages will not go tamely under your blade.
We'll discuss your choice of allies later, Thrask. Men?
To arms!
Well, my party disliked that. Seriously. Well, most of them are still at least in the goods. I'm actually getting a better repertoire with him, which is surprising to me.
That's enough!
I mean, it's because she wanted to kill Trask that I didn't help her. She lost my vote at that point too. But this guy was just going to kill her just because he could. At that point, I'm also like, no. Because it also doesn't set a good example to people who actually want to do better.
for no threat.
By the grace of the Maker, they're dead. I wanted this to end peacefully, not...
There can be no peace between the Mages and Templars of Kirkwall, sir. It has gone too far.
What will you do now,
You did
Truss?
not aid your fellow Templars. Does that mean you're leaving the Order?
I suppose my side has been picked. I will tell the other Templars you killed Karas and I came upon the bodies. I will give a false trail to follow.
Thank you. And thank you. Please accept this as the only reward I can offer. I dare not carry a staff with the mark of Starkhaven on it now. This has been more than I expected. We must away.
As must we. Come, Alan. I'm sorry you were the only one I could save.
I am... The only thing I regret, I swear, the only thing that I regret is the fact that by doing the right thing, I first get my party to agree with me, but then lose the same thing that they progressed with, which makes no sense to me because these guys would willingly kill somebody who's actually trying to be better. That makes no sense to me according to their morality, but it is a hard-coded thing. It's not something that you can easily just adjust, I guess. Well, no, because then they wouldn't feel alive. I'm not sure I would actually be a fan of that. That's also fair, I guess. No, I have actually seen the video. The one from Star Citizen? Is it Star Citizen? Whatever.
Your servant. There's a letter for you on the...
Wait, what? My darling Carver, I miss you so much. When are you coming back to Ferelden? The Blight is over and the Darkspawn are gone. There's nothing to be afraid of. Not that you'd ever be afraid, bravest man I've ever known. We're not going back to Lothering. I hear the land is poisoned or something. Father is raising money for a new farm in the Banhorn. I don't know when it'll happen, but he's working very hard. We're living with my aunt in Denerim, so please send your letters there. Why haven't you been writing, Carver? Did you find another girl in the free marches? Remember, no girl will ever do what I did for you behind Barlin's shed that time. You just think about that. Write me soon. I love you. Peaches. Okay.
I'm with you, sister. For now.
But that is for next time. We have made even more progress, and despite the few criticisms that I have, I really am enjoying this game, and I'm looking forward to more. It's a really fun game. And I'm looking forward to see how well I can get along with my party while staying true to the character that I am. Now, for now, let's see if there's any clips. Okay, apparently Teets made a clip, and I'm not sure how to feel about it, but we'll show it nonetheless. So this is the clip Kunari Age Origin. Now that there's peace with the Kunari, nobody has actually questioned about where they come from or cultures beyond the sea. Like, I understand that it might be a unstable peace, but as long as there's peace, it would be the perfect opportunity to actually inquire from the people. Kunari Macht. Yeah, that sigh says it all. But that was the clip for today. So I'm just going to set up a rate. And I'm going to call it up for today. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world. And don't forget, the only way to create change is through standing together in action. Stay safe.